Ross, Paulina Galbraith, and Lane Bertrand. Our judge today is Boone Schmidt. Boone Schmidt grew up on his family's commercial cattle operation in Mineral Point, Wisconsin, where he also enjoyed showing and fitting lambs and market hogs on the state and national levels. He was a 2021 graduate from Iowa State University with an undergraduate degree in biology and is currently pursuing his DVM at the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine. While at Iowa State, he was a member of the 2020 livestock judging team and had numerous top 10 finishes as an individual. Boone currently works as a herdsman at Johnson Family Show Stock and Tibbetts Livestock while judging numerous shows around the country. So we'll give Boone a round of applause for judging our show today. Thank you.
incredibly well in my mind. Paint that one silhouette from the side, and I don't know that you can make one much better just in terms of its balance. Its balance and progression from the base of its chest work all the way out through its flank and rear end. Study that one at the top side of its skeleton. It's big, it's opened up, it's square, step in behind it. Really dynamic in terms of its upper hip. I love its spread from side to the stifle. Set her into motion. I think she's even just a touch better in terms of how she naturally carries her head and how she ties her neck out of the top side of her shoulder. That's a nice place to start. Take something away from the young lady's view in second. One that I think is maybe a bit more honest in terms of its condition. I again love the turn of this one's forerib. Love this one's touch right out of the back side of its shoulder. For me, this one gets a little bit longer in terms of its blade, a little bit more forward in terms of its neck attachment. Then when you step off and study this one from the side, I need to relax it, the center portion of its spine, ever so slightly, but that's being awfully critical of two very nice views. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our yearly in the weather type division. First place goes to Ty Bauman and second to Carity Gorder. Those lambs will come back for grand and reserve grand champion weather type U after this class. Now entering the ring, we've got Riley Vanderbeck
ewe lambs out here, and I think there's a top 3 or 4 within this particular class that all offer trade-offs with one another and certainly offer pieces that are part of the conversation that I need to have in my head as I'm sorting through them. But when it comes down to it, the one that probably suits me the best is the young man's that I opted to lead off with. That one's front third construction. That one's front third construction is so good in my mind. I love the slope to that one's shoulder. I love the length of that one's blade and how it ties high out of the top side of its neck. It offers an extremely shallow yet robust kind of silhouette. Get your hands on that one, and it's raw at the top side of its skeleton, but it's big, it's broad, it's open, it's extremely square in terms of its edges. You want to get a little critical of this one, you'd maybe like to expand it a nickel from stifle to stifle, but that's being awfully critical of a good one to go ahead and lead off this particular class. The power sheep in my mind is the one that goes ahead and comes second. This is one that is incredibly open in terms of its body cavities. You study it at the base of its chest more. It's big and broad in terms of the turn to its forerib. I love the spread from stifle to stifle, where I get critical of this one. Relative to my class winner, it gets a little more open there at the base of its blade. Maybe doesn't tie together just perfectly in terms of how it handles its spine and how it handles its transition points from the side. You need to smooth that one in the center portion of its spine, allow it to tie neater from its loin going into the front side of its hip. Nice one to go second. Young ladies, that goes third. One that has an advantage in terms of just being a little flatter bladed as you study it, coming directly at you. But I think its length of blade is a little bit longer. I think it gets a little bit deeper in terms of the base of its chest more, and therefore doesn't balance up quite as well on the side for me. Also one that isn't quite just as broad as you step in behind it, but certainly one that has plenty of muscle at the top side of its skeleton. Certainly a nice sheep for this individual. The problem sheep in this particular class is the one that comes third, because there is a lot to like about this sheep. This one probably most closely follows our class winner in terms of front 1/3 construction and just forerib shape. I just need to see this thing with more groceries. This one gets a little more cut up as you study it in terms of its lower quarter shape. This is one that maybe just doesn't balance up quite as well today from the side, but I think this one's better days are on down the road with me. That's a nice sheep. Young man's that comes out here in 5 is one that, again, is similar to the one that goes 4. Really neat front-end sheep, just needs more groceries. Then as we round out the class, sheep that have some width, some muscularity, we just need to change how they put it all together, make them a little bit more skeletally attractive to bring them out here into the show ring. Very nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Lane Bergren, and second to Hadley Abentrout. Those 2 lambs will come back in along with our yearlings of Ty Bauman and Charity Gorders for a grand and reserve grand champion wether type ewe.
grab out these firsts and seconds within their respective classes for an overall commercial review. And I certainly think that they represent the same amount of quality that they did within their respective classes. I do think that they differ a little in terms of typing time, but I think at the end of the day, they cover the same fundamentals and they do things incredibly well. With that being said, there was one that hit me incredibly hard within their respective class. One that is just so bold, one that is just so open and powerful, and still offers a balanced look from the side. The young man's Yearling, who's going to go ahead and win your commercial use. I certainly don't think there's much question in terms of where I want to go for reserve either. There was another one that I thought within its respective class was very good in terms of its design from the side. Just one that doesn't offer quite the maturity that one does. I'll be awfully interested to see this one on down the road. The young man out of your second class will be reserved.
Congratulations to all of our wether. All right, congratulations to all of our wether type exhibitors. Born after January 2024, and so we'll need Charity Gorder and Ty Bauman to come out with their ram lambs. Also, Charity Gorder and Ty Bauman are on deck with their yearling ewes.
division.
Ones that, depending on what you're looking for in your operation, I certainly think you could justify switching these around. But just in terms of my personal preference, I think the skeletal advantage goes to the one that I opted to lead off with. Again, I love the shape of that one's shoulder and how it's transitions from its knee down to the ground. One that's incredibly rugged in terms of its feature. Study that one out of the back side of its shoulder. It's incredibly shallow yet dynamic in terms of the turn to its forerib. And actually, as you step in behind it, I'd argue that he's every bit as stout just in terms of natural base width and pry from stifle to stifle is the one that goes second. Very nice place to start. Young man's ram that comes here in second is one that maybe has the advantage in terms of balancing up with the right kind of symmetry from the side. I like that one's underlying progression a great deal. Relative to my class winner, he gets a little plainer at the base of his chest floor. He's not just quite as naturally attractive in terms of his neck set. He's one that wants to roll up in his spine ever so slightly and camp that rear leg under him. I think if we could fix him in those areas, that'd be an awfully nice lamb that could go ahead and push our class winner a great deal. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
But next we're going to go into our yearling ewes, our white-faced yearling ewes. We need Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman. On deck we have our ewe lambs born after January 1st, and that'll be Carity Gorder, Ty Bauman, and Alexis Crescent.
White face ewes out here, and again, a pair of ewes that offer some trade-offs in terms of type and kind. but once you read through the fact that maybe both of them are pushing a little bit of extra chub today, I think the one that offers the more far-reaching pieces is the young ladies that I opted to lead off with. Again, I love the slope and design of that one's shoulder. I think that one's ability to transition to the ground with the right kind of set to its knee is very, very good. And from there back, that thing is round, that thing is robust, that thing is opened up, and still has a neat look from the side. Nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young man's. Relative to the class winner, I think that one gets a little bit longer and plainer in terms of its blade design, maybe not quite as shallow and dynamic in terms of the roll to its forerib, but still a big stout opened up U as you study her from behind. One that has a lot of elite generating pieces that are certainly going to contribute to the next generation. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to both of our Yearling U exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Carity Gorder and second to Ty Bauman. Next we need our U lambs to come in the ring, Carity Gorder, Ty Bauman, and Alexis Crescent.
Another really good class of white-faced
Lambs. Young lady Southdown U that I opted to lead off with is one that, again, does so many things incredibly well in my mind. I love the way her front 1/3 is constructed. She's incredibly round and robust in terms of the turn to her upper forerib, and that facilitates for a big square shape up high. Get your hands on her as she transitions out through her loin edge. She's incredibly good in terms of her edges. If I want to get a little critical of her, there's times where she wants to camp that rear leg up under her ever so slightly. Maybe doesn't offer quite as much shape down low as you step in behind her. But other than that, that's a very nice female to go ahead and lead off with. Take nothing away from the young man's Dorset here in second. Another one that's very good in terms of its front 1/3. Relative to my class winner, reads a little bit deeper and plainer in terms of its forerib. Maybe doesn't transition out with quite the balance and symmetry, but still a nice place to go ahead and go for second. And as we round out the class, really practical female for this young lady. I love just the true boldness to her body cavity that she offers. She's got plenty of volume of muscle. I think if we could elevate this one at the base of its chest floor, make it progress with a little bit better underlying symmetry, that one could run up a little higher in this particular class. Very nice group of ewes. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to all of our ewe lambs in our white-faced breeding division. First goes to Carity Gorder and second to Ty Bauman. Next we need to select our grand and reserve grand champion white-faced ewe. So we need grand champion, we need Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman to come out from the Yearling ewes, and then we need Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman to come out for the ewe lambs. On deck will be our single class in our wool breeds division. That'll be Riley and Dylan Vanderbeck with their wool breeds ewe lambs.
Tremendous group of white-faced
Females out here. Certainly, I think each and every one of these ewes are going to go back to their respective flocks and be elite generators within their own rights. But with that being said, there are two ewes out here that I think cover the fundamentals so well and do it with a few more unique intangibles in terms of having the right kind of look and the right kind of muscularity. With that being said, I talk both of these ewes incredibly high. The two ewes out of your yearling division will be your grand and reserve.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Carity Gorder, grand champion, white-faced division U, and also to Ty Bauman, reserve grand champion, white-faced meat breeds division U. Those two lambs will be coming back for Supreme Breeding Champion. Next, we're going to move into our wool breeds division with our single class of ewe lambs, Riley and Dylan Vanderbeck. On deck to this class will be our supreme selection of our breeding animals. We're going to need the two rams from Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman. We're going to need Ty Bauman's wether type grand champion U and Lane Bergeron's wether type division second place reserve champion U. And then Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman's white-faced ewes. And then these two ewes will also be staying out in the ring for Supreme Breeding Champion.
little bit smaller class here in our wool division, but a quality one that I certainly think could stand some competition. Really appreciate the young lady's ewe lamb that I opted to lead off with, one whose stature and balance from the side is so good in my mind. Get your hands on that one, and that one's fleece quality is incredibly good in my mind. Like that one a great deal. Take nothing away from that young man. Take nothing away from the young man's ewe lamb here in second. One that maybe just gives up some overall frame and stature relative to the one ahead of it. Maybe just doesn't bounce up quite as well from the side. But certainly one that's got plenty of futurity. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for bringing these sheep out.
Congratulations to our Wool Breeds exhibitors. Grand Champion Wool Breeds ewe today goes to Riley Vanderbeck, and Reserve Grand Champion to Dylan Vanderbeck. Now we're going to select our Grand and Reserve Supreme breeding animal. We'll have Ty Bauman and Carity Gorder come out with their rams. And then we'll have Lane Berggren and Ty Bauman come out with their wether type ewes, as well as Carity Gorder and Ty Bauman with their white-faced ewe lambs. On deck, we'll go into our youth market land show. We're going to have our lightweight market wethers on deck. We'll need Carity Gorder, Willow Abentroth, Avery Galbraith, Ty Bauman, and Rylan Ellers.
Really couldn't be more pleased with the lineup I
Have out here for Supreme breeding animal here on the sheep side of things. I think each and every one of these ewes, or I guess each and every one of these breeding animals within their own rights offer some redeeming pieces to bring back to a herd and to contribute to a herd tremendously. But with that being said, there's one that hit me hard. I'm sticking true to my guns. Your champion commercial ewe will be your grand overall. It gets a little bit closer in my mind between the crossbred and the South down here for reserve. But with that being said, I was awfully reluctant to get these crossbred ewes separated within their respective division. I'm awfully reluctant to do so now. Your reserve crossbred will be your reserve overall. Congratulations. Awesome ewe.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, congratulations to all of our breeding sheep exhibitors. Special congratulations to Ty Bauman, Supreme breeding animal today, and also to Lane Berggren, Reserve Supreme breeding animal in our show. Next, we are going to go into our youth market land show. So we're going to have our lightweight division. We're going to need Carity Gorder, Willow Abentroth, Avery Galbraith, Ty Bauman, Riley Vanderbeck, or excuse me, not Riley Vanderbeck, and Rylan Ellers. So there's 5 entries in this class. Riley Vanderbeck will be moved to the heavyweight division for a mid-entry on the weight. If anybody got first, second, or third in their class and they would like their ribbon, you can head on up here. Again, if anyone would like their first, second, or third ribbon, you can come up and see me. Thank you.
challenging class here in our
Middleweight market lamb division. But the one that I think probably puts the most good together for me is the young man's here right in front of me. I think in terms of one that balances up very well from the side, has the right kind of skeletal build to go the long haul. That's the one you got to go ahead and gravitate towards. Get your hands on the top side of this one's skeleton, and he's not there today, but his edges are. He's built right. That one's going to do big things in the future. He just needs some time on feed. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. This is a really broad constructed kind of sheep. Love the width of this one's chest floor. Love the spread from stifle to stifle. For me, this one just gets a little bit more open at the base of its shoulder. Wants to get a little easier out of the back side of its shoulder, and then transitions a little easier out of the back side of its shoulder. Step in directly behind it. Wants to get a bit more cut up in terms of its twist. Wants to roll out at its hock ever so slightly. I think if we could square them up behind, that one could stand some competition. Young ladies here in third, really stout, powerful kind of wether. One that is really bold and open out of the backside of his shoulder. Love the turn of this one's forerib. Love how big and broad it is over its loin edge. For me, this one just gets a little bit shorter from knee to ground. I struggle to read that one out as it progresses on down the road. I think that one will just continue to get a little bit deeper at the base of his chest floor, a little bit plainer in his overall design. Then as we round out the class, two extremely green sheep that have the right kind of build and presence. They just don't have the groceries to go ahead and move up any higher in this particular class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations to our lightweight market wether class. The two top ones in the class, first place goes to Avery Galbraith. He'll come out for Grand and Reserve Champion Market Wether, and also Willow Abentroth, second in that class. She will also come back out for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Wether at the end. Entering in the class right now, we've got our middleweight market wethers. We need Hadley Abentroth, Wyatt Hamry, Molly Wilson, Violet Hamry, Avery Galbraith.
Absolutely awesome top pair of wethers in this particular class, and definitely a pair that offers some differences in terms of types and kind. But for the one that probably hits me the hardest today, it has to be the one that I go ahead and lead off with. This is one that is so elevated from the side. I love that one's balance and symmetry in terms of how he proportions and progresses from the base of his chest floor out through his flank. Get your hands on him. That one is big, he's broad, he's fresh, he's right where he needs to be today. Study him in motion. I think he's plenty comfortable. I like that one a great deal. If you want to talk about a sheep that's got a tremendous amount of future, it's the young ladies here in second. I love that one's shoulder blade design and how he ties high out of the top side of his shoulder. I think that thing is incredibly shallow, and I love that one's turn to its forerib. For me, he just doesn't piece together quite as well in terms of his transition points today. He's a little more raw over his loin edge. He's not quite as dynamic as you step in directly behind him, but I certainly think with a few more weeks on feed, that one could push our class winner a great deal. Nice pair. Young ladies' wether here in third is one that is incredibly fresh to the touch. Again, love this one's shoulder blade design. Just struggle to get this one to piece together from the side just perfectly. It wants to roll up in its spine ever so slightly. Maybe wants to camp its hock up underneath of it ever so slightly. Young man's there in fourth. Really long, extended kind of sheep. One that's incredibly high tying and has a really neat look about its head and neck. For me, it's almost a little bit too long. I can't quite seem to get this one's length of body to match up with everything else. I think with time on feed, that one's going to get better. And then as we round out the class, two extremely good projects that are built right. They just need more time on feed, need to put on a little bit more muscle to go ahead and run with the ones ahead of them, but still a very nice class. Good job, guys.
All right, congratulations to all of our middleweight market weathered exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Molly Wilson. She'll come back for Grandin Reserve Market Weather, and also Lane Berggren was second place in that class, and he will come back as well. Our last class of market weathers are our heavyweights. We need Paulina Galbraith, Allison Carlin, Forrest Sears, Lane Berggren, Braylon Watson, and Riley Vanderbeck. And weights in this class are, and also Riley Vanderbeck has 2 entries in this class. And weights range from 138 to 148. So there will be 7 in this class.
and wrap up our market lamb show. The young man's that I opted to lead off with is one that I don't know that it just blows you away in any one area, but I think he puts a lot of good things together. I think out of my top three, he's the neatest in terms of the design to his front 1/3. I think he's the most robust in terms of the turn to his forerib, and I love the handle that he offers when you get your hands on him up high. He's incredibly fresh, he's incredibly square. Maybe you'd like to see him a shot stouter from stifle to stifle relative to the one that goes second. And I certainly won't argue that that's where this one has the advantage. Get your hands on it, and this thing is absolutely overwhelming up high. He's big and he's broad in terms of his pin set and upper hip as you step in directly behind him. Again, kind of like one in the last class, this one's body length almost doesn't allow it to just balance up perfectly. I'd like to shorten him up about a rib length, maybe like to lay his blade in a little bit neater, make him a bit neater at the base of his chest floor, but that's being awfully critical of a good fresh one to go second. Young man's that comes third is one that I, relative to the one in second, actually prefer his front 1/3 design. I think he's a little bit neater at the base of his shoulder, but for me, this one also reads a little bit less descript out of the backside of his shoulder. Wants to get a bit more down on his pasterns. I'd like to bring him up on his rear pastern ever so slightly. Really big, stout sheep here in 4, one that's got arguably as much body width and pry as any in this particular class. Just gets a little past 12 o'clock as you get your hands on him. That becomes evident as you study him from the side. He pushes a little bit more there at the base of his chest floor. Then as we round out the class, some sheep that have some muscularity, sheep that have some look and extension. We just got to go ahead and put it on in a little bit square, more attractive fashion. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to all of our market weather exhibitors. Special congratulations in our heavyweight to Lane Berggren, first place, and also to Paulina Walbrecht, second place. So now we need our top 2 from our lightweights, our middles, and our heavyweights. We need Avery Galbraith and Willow Abentroth from class 1. We need Molly Wilson and Lane Berggren in class 2. And we need Lane Berggren and Paulina Galbraith in the heavyweight class.
Awesome set of market weathers out here. Sheep that I think really do a great job of covering the market fundamentals of just being square built and skeletally sound, while also adding or maybe having some of those extra intangibles of being just that show ring shallow, having the right kind of shoulder blade design and neck set. I really applaud you guys for bringing these sheep out because they're very, very good. With that being said, there were 2 that hit me extremely hard within their respective classes. There was a pair that I was awfully hesitant to get separated within class, and I certainly think that holds true again out here as we bring them out. The young the young lady out of Class 2 is going to go ahead and be your grand overall market lamb. And as I said in that particular class, I thought it was a close pair. Depending on where you wanted to go with these things, I certainly wouldn't argue if you switched them, and that's certainly why I'm going to have the young man out of that class be reserve.
Congratulations to all of our market weather exhibitors. Grand champion market weather today goes to Molly Wilson, and reserve grand champion market weather to Lane Berggren. Those two lambs will come back out for our supreme selection of market animal. Now we're going to go into our market ewes. Our first class of market ewes, we need Molly Wilson, Rylan Ellers, Ty Bauman, and Rowan Galbraith, and weights range from 91 to 106 pounds.
Market U division. Class winner that I opted to lead off with is one that again does so many things well in my mind. I love that one's elevation at the base of its chest floor, one that's incredibly progressive in terms of its silhouette. Love how big and broad and square it opens up out of the backside of its shoulder. Step in behind it, love that one's upper hip and how it carries that width all the way to the surface. Where you want to get critical of this one is right as it transitions into its loin edge. It's one that wants to wash there ever so slightly, wants to wrinkle up from the side just a nickel, but that's still a pretty good U to go ahead and lead off this class. Take nothing away from the young man's here in second. Really bold, pliable design from the side that again balances up incredibly well. I don't know that she's quite as attractive in terms of where her neck ties out of the top side of her shoulder. I don't know that she's quite as good in terms of her rear leg set, but that's again being awfully critical of a nice U. The challenge U for me in this particular class is the young ladies here in third. This is a U that has so much futurity built into it. I love this thing's rib shape. I love this thing's touch and tone when she goes ahead and braces into this thing. For me, it just wants to get a little more forward in terms of its blade, and therefore it pushes out at the base of its sternum. Maybe also needs just a shot more time on feed to go ahead and allow it to balance up a little better from the side. Nice one to go third. To round out this particular class, really big shape kind of sheep that's got all the muscle in the world, just gets a little bit too coarse at the base of its chest floor, a little more open there as you read it through the base of its shoulder, but still a nice U to go ahead and round out our particular class.
Congratulations to our middleweight exhibitors in our market, or our lightweight in our Market U division. First place went to Molly Wilson, second to Ty Mountain. They'll come back for overall Market U. Now we have our middleweight Market U's. We have Hadley Abentroth, Ty Bauman, Forrest Sears, and Taylor Grunwald. Weights in this class range from 109 to 122 pounds.
Good thing you don't have to do play-by-plays, huh?
offers some trade-offs in terms of types and kind. But when you begin to break these things down and study them for what they really are, I think you got to go ahead and land on the young man's. Me personally, I prefer the design of this one's front 1/3. I think he's a little bit more natural in the set to his shoulder. He's a bit more comfortable in terms of how he lays his knee back into him. Plenty good enough in terms of neck set attachment, and from there back, I think she blends back with just more of a natural balance from the side. I think she's smoother in terms of her transition points, and when you get your hands on her, she certainly doesn't disappoint. That's a nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. That's one that I want to fit together so well, because when you get your hands on this thing, it is absolutely overwhelming up high. It is big and opened up out of the backside of its shoulder. It is really broad in terms of its loin edge, and when you step it in and study it from behind, that thing's pin width is very, very good. To me, that one gets too closed up underneath. It wants to flatten and plane in terms of its lower body shape. And I think if you slick the wool back and maybe pull some of that belly off of her, she doesn't transition and balance quite as well as the one that goes ahead of her. Still a nice one to go second. Young man's ewe here in third is another one that I think balances incredibly good from its shoulder back. I love how broad and open it is out of the backside of its shoulder. I think that one's hip design is very good. Love the set to that one's hind leg. For me, that one wants to get a bit more upright in terms of its shoulder, and therefore it pushes forward and gets more, or gets a little bit lower in terms of its neck attachment. I think if we could lay that shoulder blade back, push that neck out of the top side of its shoulder, that one could go ahead and run up a spot or two in this particular class. Then as we round out the class, really bold, dynamic design ewe that's got all the muscularity you could ask for. Again, we just got to put it together in a shot more attractive package. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations to all of our middleweight market ewe exhibitors. Coming back for grand champion selection of market ewe and reserve market ewe will be Ty Bauman, first place, and Hadley Abentrop, second place. Now we have our heavyweight market ewes coming in the ring. We need Kathy Holmes, Anna Thomas, Wyatt Hamry, and Parity Border with 2 entries. So 5 in this class, weight 125 to 139.
Particular class is one that I think does so quite handily in my mind. This thing checks all the boxes in terms of design and muscularity for me. One that's got an absolutely killer look and silhouette from the side. Nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young man's here in second. Another really dense built kind of ewe that's got a tremendous amount of spread and muscularity up high. To me, she's not quite as comfortable in terms of how she's designed in terms of her front 1/3. She's pushing a notch more condition there at the base of her chest floor. I think if we could elevate her ever so slightly, she could go ahead and push our class winner just a nickel harder than she does today. Young ladies here in third, really bold, broad design ewe that's got all the power and muscularity you could ask for. Love the sweep to the center portion of her body relative to the two ahead of her. She gets a little bit coarser in terms of her blade design, maybe isn't quite as neat in terms of how she ties out of the top side of her shoulder. And as we round out the class, two really muscular ewes that just need to be a little bit neater in terms of their front 1/3 design, maybe a little bit more expansive in terms of how they transition from their hooks to their pins, but a very nice class. Oh, sorry.
All right, congratulations to all of our heavyweight market ewe exhibitors. First place in that class went to Cassie Holm and second to Charity Gorder. Now we're going to go ahead and select our grand and reserve grand champion from each class of market ewes. We need Molly Wilson and Ty Bauman to come out. We need, from the first class, we need Ty Bauman and Hadley Abentroff from the second class, and we need Cassie Holm and Charity Gorder from the last class. On deck to this, we'll bring back our grand and reserve grand champion, Wether, for Supreme Champion Market Animal and Reserve Supreme Market Animal.
It's been
A very, very exciting market use show for me to go ahead and sort through today. I think each and every one of these classes have brought brought forth at least the top 2 or 3 that I certainly could get into and find some pieces to really like about. With that being said, I think there are 2 ewes out here that just do things to another level. There are 2 ewes out here that really do bring forth some extra intangibles that are certainly going to make them awfully competitive when we drop them back out here with the wethers. So if you would, join me in giving these young exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll show you the 2 ewes I like best.
Congratulations.
All right, congratulations to all of our Market U exhibitors. A special congratulations to Kathy Holm, Grand Champion Market U today, and also to Molly Wilson, Reserve Grand Champion Market U. Next, we're going to go ahead and select our Champion and Reserve Supreme Market Animal. So we need our Grand Champion Wether, shown by Molly Wilson, to come out, our Reserve Grand Champion Wether, shown by Lane Bergren, to come out, and then Kathy Holmes Champion Market U and Molly Wilson Reserve Champion Market U. Our special awards that we're able to give out for this division, we actually have a belt buckle, and the buckle sponsors this year are Andy Gates with Bigger Gates out of Lansford, North Dakota. Very, very grateful for him sponsoring buckles in our swine, sheep, and goat division. And then the Fargo Fair has put together some other really nice awards. Again, we will have thank yous either later today or first thing tomorrow morning. And if you can get some nice pictures with your awards too against the backdrop, that would be awesome to share as well. And we can share those with sponsors. Thank you.
Wow. What your market lamb show is maybe given up in terms of size and quantity. I certainly think this lineup out here attests to the true quality that you guys have brought forth, and it is extremely impressive in my mind. I think each and every one of these sheep out here have redeeming qualities. I think each and every one of these sheep out here are certainly in the hunt. With that being said, there was one sheep that hit me extremely hard within its respective class today. It comes back out here and does all the little things right, does all the extra things extra well. The young lady out of your wether division is going to be your grand. It certainly gets a little closer out here for reserve in my mind. You got one out here that's maybe a little bit more ready today, and then you've got one out here with big pieces that's got such a big future that it certainly has to be in the conversation. With that being said, I was awfully hesitant to get those market wethers separated within their respective division. And I certainly think that they need to stick together for the rest of the day. The young man's reserve wether will be reserve overall. Thank you. Congratulations. Yeah. Pairs?
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations to our overall champion Marketland exhibitors. Champion went to Molly Wilson, reserve to Lane Bergeron. Good job, guys. For overall supreme market animal. Now in the ring, we are having our pairs classes. So if you have a pair of market lambs entered, you can go ahead and come on into the ring. We're looking for Charity Gorder, Ty Bowman, Riley Vandrobeck, Forrest Steers, and Willow Abentroff. Not, we're just looking for
to go ahead and lead off this particular division. A pair of sheep that in my mind were in the hunt all day long. A pair of sheep that are incredibly shallow in terms of their design. They're good in terms of their muscle shape. They're fresh in terms of their edges. Very nice place to start. The pair that I thought probably fit together second best in my mind is the young lady in the burnt orange shirt. That's a pair of ewes that are really bold in terms of their kind, really dynamic in terms of their muscle shape, maybe just not quite as attractive up through their front 1/3 as the ones that go ahead of them. The group here in third, really nice set of ewes, maybe don't match up quite as well together. Maybe get a bit more concave in terms of their forerib shape. And as we round out the class, really stout pair of wethers. We just got to go ahead and again change how the muscle lays on them, maybe elevate their tail heads, shorten them up at the base of their chest floor ever so slightly. Very nice group of pairs. Let's give them a big round of applause for bringing them out.
All right, congratulations to all of our
Can I go to the back?
exhibitors. First place pair goes to Middleweight and second to Carity Border, but congrats to all of our Market Lamb exhibitors. Now we're going to head in just about 5 minutes or a couple minutes here, we are going to start our Pee-wee showmanship. We're just taking a quick 2-minute break. So all Pee-wee showmen can line up, ages 9 and under, and or anyone that's around that age that has never shown sheep before. This is their first year, and would be a beginner. They can come in also. On deck is our junior showmanship, and that's ages 10 through 14.
Looks like she works pretty well for you. Awesome. How are you? What's your sheep's name?
His name is Blue.
Blue? What's one thing you like about Blue?
The way he sets up.
Yeah, but you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Hey there, how are you? Good. What's your sheep's name?
This sheep doesn't have a name yet.
Okay, that's all right. What's one thing you like about her?
That she cooperates sometimes.
Yeah, that's always important. Hey buddy, how are you? What's your sheep's name? What's that?
Molly.
Okay. What's one thing you like about her?
That she's
That's big. Awesome. How are you?
Good.
What's your sheep's name?
Millie.
Millie? What's one thing you like about Millie?
Yeah. Whenever I walk up to her, she'll just come along and pet it.
Awesome. That makes them easy to catch. How are you? How are you?
Good.
Good. What's your sheep's name?
Pepper.
Pepper? What's one thing you like about Pepper?
When we let him run around out in the open, he jumps a lot.
Awesome. How are you?
Good.
Good. What's your sheep's name?
Spot.
Spot? What's one thing you like about Spot?
How he's very confident.
That's always important. Could I have you go ahead and lead the way and set up on the profile over there? So you're doing a really good job. Sheep's not wanting to quite cooperate with you today. I think if you could keep your hands, have one hand on the halter and one hand, keep this hand on the halter and this hand on the other side of its head, you'll get better head control as you continue to work with her, okay? So you do a really good job controlling the head on your sheep. There are just times that its back feet want to get a little offset like it is now. If you could push back into him, I think that would help reset just like that. Perfect. So you do a really good job making sure that your sheep's feet are set right. There are just times you maybe want to scooch them with your foot, especially the front feet. It might be easier if you reach down with your hand and move it by hand. There you go, just like that. And then as you continue to progress, work on maybe getting around the front end of your sheep more so you can brace into it, okay? You do a really good job getting your sheep's legs set. As you're continuing to progress, see how you're set up alongside the sheep? If you could work on bringing that foot around the front end, see how that's across its chest now and how it's pushing into your knee? That'll allow you to get more brace out of it, okay? You'll be third. You do a really good job with your body position around the front end of the sheep. As you continue to get confident with the sheep, don't be afraid to just shed the halter at the entrance of the ring. It's not like I dock you for it. It's just gonna help you as you progress and get older, okay? You do a great job, you're gonna be first. Really good group of Pee-wee showmen out here. I think these guys are light years beyond their age in terms of just their abilities and their experience out here in the show ring. And again, much like on the pig side of things, I applaud you guys, not only as exhibitors, but I applaud you ringside as parents for getting your young individuals out here and started this early because it really does put them on the right track in life. With that being said, I think there's one exhibitor out here that is very good, and she's going to go ahead and win the Pee-wee Showman. It's going to be the young lady in the red on the far end. Let's give her a big round of applause. The one her in terms of just sheer ability and show ring awareness is the young man with the floral shirt here. I think he does another tremendous job. And then as we round out here and find our third overall exhibitor, it's the young lady here at the end of the lineup. I think she does a tremendous job. Each and every one of these exhibitors have a bright future. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Congratulations to all of our Kiwi sheep showmen. Special congrats to Paulina Galbraith, Grand Champion Kiwi Showman, and Ty Bauman, Reserve Champion, and also Braylon Watson, third place in our Kiwi Showmanship. Now we need our junior showmanship to come out in the ring. We need all junior sheep showmen that are ages 10 through 14. Seniors, you're on deck.
How are you?
Good.
Good. How's it going?
Good.
Awesome. How are you?
Good.
Sweet.
Oh, Stila.
How's it going?
Good.
Good. How are you, young man?
Good.
Good. Hanging in there?
What'd you say?
I said hanging in there?
Same here.
Trying? How are you, buddy?
Good.
Good. How's it going? Awesome. You're doing a nice job. How are you?
Good.
How's it going?
Not too bad.
Living the dream. I'll have you go ahead and lead the way. Set up on the profile over there if you would, please. Do a nice job getting your sheep's legs set square. One thing I'd encourage you to work on, see how you're set up almost alongside the sheep? Work on coming around the front end. Yep, and then step this foot right here. There you go. See how you're more around the front end and you get more pressure out of them? You do a really good job showing down because you have a neat looking sheep. One thing I'd encourage you though is always make sure the feet and legs are set square, okay? You do a really nice job with your body position around the front end of the sheep. I'd encourage you to always try to keep that head and neck at a 90-degree angle. He wants to get a little forward on you. What that does is it just kind of holds its spine together a little better, okay? Really appreciate your ability to try to keep those feet and legs set square. But one thing you can do versus trying to drop down and set the legs, you can step off to the side, and that allows you to reach around and use this hand more freely to set legs, okay? Do a good job getting your sheets set. There are just times you want to get a little high up, see where your pressure point is on it. It's right at the base of its throat. We want to change that so this right here is in contact with the base of their chest floor. You'll get a more active response and brace out of them, okay? Same with you. You do a nice job as an upright showman. I just encourage you to almost step out a little further, and what that'll do is it'll bring your leg across the base of their chest floor. You'll get a more active brace. Awesome body position on the sheep. Love your ability to get around the front end. There are just times sheep's feet want to get a little offset on you. Always keep that in mind. Do a really good job body position wise. Love how you're able to get the inside of your thigh on the front end of that sheep and down on the base of its chest floor to get a responsive brace. There are just times its feet maybe wanted to get a little offset. I also think if you change your grip on the head and grip more at the base of the jaw with your fingertips, you'll be able to get more mileage out of that sheep's front end. Just, yep, kind of like that, and then pull up. Oh, not so, just like, yep, just like that. See how its neck comes out a little higher? Just work on that, okay? You do a good job with your body position. There are just times where the feet are set all right and you're still down there messing with them. If they're set square, leave them be and just brace, okay? Other than that, you do a nice job, you'll be 3. Your body posture and position is awesome on that sheep, all right? Love your ability to get its head and neck out of it. You have a similar problem to what I used to when I was showing. I want to wrap my knee around the front end of that sheep and you kind of cover its shoulder. There were a couple times I wanted to get a look at its front end and it kind of covers it up. So if you could open your stance a little more, I think that'd help you just like that. You'd perfect. You do a nice job. You're going to be reserved. You're going to be grand, all right? Truly a phenomenal set of junior showmen here, and I think there's 3 out here that just do things to an absolute next level. Honestly, I'd be interested to see them come out and how they would do amongst the seniors, because I think, again, much like some of the peewees, they are light years above their age and experience in terms of just their sheer ability to get their sheep presented. With that being said, the young man I'm opting to go ahead and lead off with it. He's one that was never out of place. I love his body posture and position around the front end of that sheep. He's able to get so much mileage out of that thing's front end. Nice job, young man. Young lady that I opted to go reserve is the young lady in the blue right ahead of him. Again, one that is so good in terms of body position, one that has such a good symbiotic relationship with that sheep. She does a phenomenal job. Let's give her a big round of applause. And your 3rd overall will be the young man right ahead of her in the burnt orange polo. Again, phenomenal job to him and the rest of these exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Awesome job to Again, any senior showman that would like to enter the arena, ages 15 through 21. Last call for senior showman for sheep.
How do you go ahead and circle? Do a really good job in terms of getting the feet set square with one another. There are just times that sheep's front feet wanted to kick out on you and get a little far forward. I think if you get those more under him, that'd allow him to push his chest floor up in him a little better. He wouldn't look, or she wouldn't look quite as U-necked. Another thing is, see how you're kind of almost a little cramped up in your stance? I think if you took that foot and stepped a little further out, and rotated your body just around a little bit, around toward, there you go, like that. That's gonna push that sheep's head and neck more at a 90-degree angle. And it's just gonna allow you to get more out of its front end while getting a more active brace, all right? Really enjoy your body position around the front end of the sheep and how you're able to get a good active responsive brace out of them. You just, there are times where she wants to wash in her loin and you'll almost accentuate that by getting it a little too stretched out, all right? So especially with this sheep, you almost got to get it closed up a little more than what you normally would just to help fix that loin edge. And then also, I think what also would help is see how that sheep's nose is pointed straight up in the air. By letting that come down to a more natural level, that'll allow her top, see how it's not quite as wrinkled there? That'll allow her to settle more in her spine, all right? Little things that sort it, you'll be second. You do a great job, you'll be first. Really, really good group of senior showmen out here. A group of senior showmen that I would, without a doubt, put up against any other senior showman throughout the country, and would have no doubt that they would be extremely, extremely competitive. With that being said, the young lady in the blue is the one that probably hit me the hardest today. She's the one that did the extra little things to get the most out of her sheep. She's aware of where that sheep looks good. She's aware of where that sheep maybe needs to be fixed, and she does a great job trying to show that out of it. So I applaud her for that. She'll go ahead and be your champion. Take nothing away from the young lady here in second. Another one who is incredibly good in terms of her intensity and body posture. We talked about some little things we changed just in terms of showing with that particular sheep. I think she does a great job, certainly deserving of reserve. Take nothing away from the young man who's going to be third overall. I think he does a great job, and I wouldn't hesitate to have him show sheep for me any day because I think he does a really, really good job. Let's give these kids a big round of applause for their efforts.
I will announce the results of the senior showmanship, but I'm
to start off our goat show. The young ladies that I opted to lead off with is one that does a lot of things incredibly well from the side for me. I love the slope and angulation to its shoulder. I think it's incredibly comfortable in terms of the set to its knee. Get your hands on it, and I think it offers a really neat kind of turn in terms of its upper forerib. Love its balance from the side. I think it's incredibly comfortable in terms of the set and the utilization of its hind leg. If I want to change it ever so slightly, I'd maybe like to square it up, make it a shot more powerful out of the backside of its shoulder, but that's being awfully critical of a young doe that has a tremendous amount of presence out here today. Take nothing away from the young lady's doe here in second. This is arguably the power doe in this particular class. Study that one coming directly at you, and I love just the width and pride that that one offers at the base of its chest floor. That thing is bold and incredibly big out of the backside of its shoulder. Really has a neat kind of touch and handle and continues that out through its loin edge. For me, I think this one ties a little lower out of the front side of its shoulder, wants to get a little bit steeper in terms of its hip and hind leg design. But I think if you fix those couple areas, she could be awfully good. Young man's doe that comes out here in third is one that I think just in terms of genuine shape and power, she's very good. Again, I love the shape that she offers up high and the edge that she has out through her loin edge. To me, she wants to flatten and plane in terms of her lower forerib ever so slightly. Isn't quite as dynamic in terms of her width and power from stifle to stifle as she goes away from you. And then as we round out the class with the young lady's brown doe, that is one that offers a really neat feminine look ahead of its shoulder. I love that one's skull shape and horn set. To me, that one just gets a little bit more prismatic in terms of its back shape. Wants to flatten and plane right out of the back side of its shoulder in terms of its forerib. Need to see that thing with a little bit more pry in terms of its upper hip and pin set. Very nice class. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations to all of our purebred doe exhibitors in the 3 to 6 month category. Special congratulations to Micah Stuber, first place in that class, and Natalie Becker, second place in that class. Next class in the ring is a single entry, Alexis Fleck with her 6 to 9 month old purebred doe. On deck, we have our class 6, 16 to 20 month does, Jaren Bondi, Natalie Becker, and Micah Stuber.
Single entry out here in this
Particular class, but again, one that I think certainly could stand some competition. I absolutely love this doe from the side. I think the set and design to her shoulder allows her to tie extremely high out of the top side of her skeleton. She's got the right kind of balance and symmetry in terms of her underline sweep and progression. Love the set to her hock and just how she's able to drive with a tremendous amount of authority in terms of the utilization of her rear leg. Where I get critical of this doe is just studying her from a muscularity pattern. I need to see this thing more powerful at the top side of her skeleton. I need to see this thing go away from me with more punch and power from stifle to stifle to go ahead and push with the big does. Very nice class winner. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Yep.
Congratulations to Alexis Fleck, first place in our 6 to 9 month purebred doe division. Our next class of purebred does is going to be 16 to 20 months. We need Natalie Becker, Micah Stuber, and Jaren Bondi.
Off this particular class, one that I think does so many things well from a skeletal design standpoint. Again, I love the slope and design to her shoulder, how she's able to set back extremely comfortably in her knee. She's extremely attractive there at the base of her chest floor, and that further contributes to a really neat kind of silhouette from the side. Get your hands on her. She's big and square out of the back side of her shoulder. Nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. Another doe that offers plenty of width and power from end to end. One that's big and broad out of the backside of her shoulder. To me, she's wanting to push just a nickel more condition there at the base of her throat and down through her chest floor. She's also one that when you study her in motion, she wants to camp that hind leg up under her ever so slightly. Young man's doe here in third. Really feminine sculled one. Love the width that that one offers between its horns. Love that one's width coming directly at me. For me, that one gets a little straight in terms of the utilization of its hind leg. Gets a little easier in terms of how it transitions its spine out of the backside of its shoulder. Maybe like to crack it open in terms of the width to its upper hip. But that's being awfully critical of a nice doe to go ahead and round out this particular class. Let's give this young man a big round of applause.
Awesome job, exhibitors. In the 16 to 20 month purebred doe category, our first place entry is Natalie Becker and second Micah Stuber. Now we need to select our grand and reserve grand champion purebred doe. So from class number 1, I need Micah Stuber and Natalie Becker. From 6 to 9 months, I need Alexis Fleck. And from this last class, Natalie Becker and Micah Stuber. On next to this class, we're going to move into our commercial does, and we'll have our lightweight on deck, Riley Fulford, Ethan Schwab, Rylan Ellers, Micah Stuber, and Boone Tiggett. Also, any exhibitors in any of their classes that have gotten a first, second, or third placing and would like their ribbons, you can come up to the table and get those. Thank you.
Really couldn't be more pleased with the quality that we brought out here in our full-blood
Doe division, I think top to bottom, each and every one of these does are extremely functional in their kind. I think they're all going to go back to their respective herds and do big things. With that being said, I think there are two out here that just in terms of skeletal correctness really hit the mark for me. I think there are two out here from the side that do things so well. So if you would join me in giving these kids a big round of applause, I'll show you the two full-blood does I like the best. our commercial doe division here. One that I think is small but mighty. Love that one's design and balance from the side. Get your hands on that thing, and as well presented as it is, there's a lot of muscle underneath that hair relative to her size. I love her width coming and going. That's a nice doe to go ahead and lead off with. Arguably the power doe of this particular class is the young man's light-headed doe here in second. This thing is extremely broad coming, extremely broad going. I love that one's touch and tone out of the back side of its shoulder. Another one that I think is extremely shallow in terms of its chest floor and how it transitions back into its flank. For me, I get a little more critical in terms of its hip and hind leg design. For me, it's a little steeper from its hooks to its pins. Maybe wants to get a little straighter in the utilization of its hock. That's still a very good doe to go ahead and land second. Really natural, genuine doe to go ahead and go third. What you see is what you get on that one. Another one that balances up incredibly good from the side. Again, wants to get a little steeper from its hooks to its pins. One that maybe isn't just quite as upstanding as it transitions out of the back side of its shoulder. Doe here in 4, really broad constructed doe, one that's really good in terms of the turn to its upper forerib. For me, this one just gets far too forward in terms of how it attaches its neck out of the front end of its skeleton. It's also one that maybe isn't just the most coordinated in terms of how it handles its rear two in motion. But still a nice doe to go ahead and go for. And as we round out the class, really functional bodied doe. I think this one's better days on down the road with feed. This one's just awfully green today. Let's give these kids a big round of applause.
All right, great job, Class 1 commercial doe exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Ethan Schwab, second to Boone Tiggis, and they will both come back for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion commercial doe. Now we have our middleweight commercial does entering the ring. We have Ryder Wendell, Griffin Tiggis, Charlotte Wilson, Rudy Wendell, and Sage Arandis.
of commercial does right there, and to be honest with you, I think there's 3 or 4 kids within this respective class that came here with the mindset they were going to come out here and probably try to win the show with these things, because I think from top to bottom, each and every one of these does have redeeming factors and are very, very good within their own right. So I don't want to take anything away from them. With that being said, the one that leads off is one that I think is so good in my mind. I love this one, skeletal design. That thing, the slope to that thing's shoulder is so good. It allows it to set down so comfortably in terms of its knee. Its head ties way high out of the top side of its shoulder. Get your hands on that thing. It is extremely broad and opened up at the top side of its shoulder, really dynamic out through its pin set. Love that thing's balance and look from the side. Very nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. That is one from a skeletal standpoint, there's a lot to like. I love the set to that one's knee. I think that one arguably has the best hind leg in the class, especially when you study that one in motion. That thing is bold in terms of the turn to its forerib. That is as stout of a goat as you could make. In that kind of a package, for me, it just gets a little plainer at the base of its chest floor, maybe a little bit more forward in terms of its neck attachment relative to our class winner. Young man here in third, really feminine, attractive kind of doe. Love the shape and slope to that one's shoulder and knee. Again, one that transitions back with the right kind of balance and symmetry. For me, that one gets a little steeper in terms of its hip. Maybe wants to camp that hind leg ever so slightly when you set it into motion. Really nice doe to go third. One of the more natural does in this class to go ahead and sit fourth. One that, again, what you see is what you get. You get your hands on it. It is big and square out of the backside of its shoulder. It's extremely good in terms of its loin edge. Again, one that gets a little steeper in terms of its hip and hind leg. One that also gets a little easier in terms of its spine out of the backside of its shoulder. And as we round out the class, really good doe, one whose better days are certainly on down the road. She's the greenest one in this particular class, and when you get your hands on it, it certainly shows. I certainly think she'll be a fun one to see a month or two down the road. Let's give these young exhibitors a big round of applause.
All right, congratulations on an awesome class of middleweight commercial does. First place in that class was Charlotte Wilson and second Sage Radnick, and they will come back. Now we have our heavyweight class of commercial does. We have Samantha Lyons, Katie Jackson, Elizabeth Cook, Danny Wendell, Jessa Radnick, and Riley Folkers. And weights in this class are 73 to 140 pounds.
bring your doe, please. Let me go. 3, 2, 1. I'll have you circle right in behind him. Another really fun class to go ahead and round out our commercial doe side of things. Another class winner that I think is extremely good from a skeletal composition standpoint. She's extremely short in terms of the length of her blade. She lays it in extremely good to the front end of her skeleton. Love the set to her knee. Love the flexibility and utilization of her hip and hind leg. And for one that has that kind of skeletal integrity, she's extremely open in terms of her body shape. She's extremely big in terms of her touch and handle up high. If you want to get a little critical of her, she is pushing a notch more condition. She's one that gets a little plainer there at the base of her throat, maybe pushes a little bit more there at the base of her chest floor than a few on down the line. And I think that's where the young lady's doe in second maybe has an advantage.
She's a bit more honest in terms of her condition, and therefore, because of that, she's a little bit more feminine up through her head and neck. With that being said, I also don't think that she opens up with near the muscularity that the one ahead of her does. I'd like to see her with just more skeletal pride all the way through to go ahead and run with my class winner. Same can be said for the one here in third. Really neat design from the side. Love that one, silhouette and balance. Just need to see that one more open. See that one maybe a little bit better in terms of how it transitions out of the back side of its shoulder. Young lady's doe here in fourth is one that is an absolute powerhouse when you get your hands on it. That thing is big and open out of the back side of its shoulder. For me, that one just gets a little straighter in terms of its front end design. One that maybe isn't quite as comfortable in terms of where it places its hock and how it handles its hock in motion. Young lady's doe here in fourth, really neat design from the side. Need to see that one with more pride at the base of her chest floor. And as we round out the class, really practical design kind of doe. Just need to make her a shot more attractive there at the base of her chest floor. Maybe clean her up in her throat latch ever so slightly. Let's give these kids a big hand.
All right, great job to all of our heavy commercial doe exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Jess Aradnik and second to Danny Wendell. Now we're going to go ahead and select our grand and reserve grand champion commercial doe.
said, I think there's one out here that is just absolutely smoking good. There's one out here that I think is definitely good enough to go ahead and play wherever you want to take her. The young lady out of your second class will be your grand. Definitely gets a little bit closer as we get out here for reserve. I certainly think that the second place out of that second class is in contention here. That's one that, from a body composition standpoint, from its shoulder back, is very, very good. I love that one's hip and hind leg and flexibility. The one question is its front end good enough to go ahead and use it? And that's really the question that's weighing heavy on my mind. But that being said, I do think there is one that offers an advantage in terms of its front 1/3, while still having the right kind of body composition, the right kind of skeletal integrity. So I think I'm going to go ahead and use the young man out of the third class to be reserved.
Congratulations to all of our commercial doe exhibitors. Grand champion commercial doe today goes to Charlotte Wilson and reserve to Jet Arandic. Now we're going to go ahead and select our grand and our reserve grand supreme breeding goat from the percentage and the commercial, or from the full blood and the commercial, excuse me, we don't have any percentages. So we'll have Charlotte Wilson and Jet Arandic come back out. And Natalie Becker, and Alexis Fleck.
Again, awfully good lineup of does out here. Again, does that are so good in terms of just covering the fundamentals. But with that being said, I've talked each and every one of these several times. There are two out here that I thought were smoking good within their respective divisions. I'm going to go ahead and keep the two commercial does together. They'll be your grand and reserve.
Awesome job to all of our breeding goat exhibitors. Supreme breeding goat champion today goes to Charlotte Wilson, and reserve supreme in the breeding goat division goes to Jet or Randic.
think that one's going to be pretty darn nice, given a couple more weeks on feed, just from a build and design standpoint. Maybe a little bit stouter option here in the goat second, one that's a little bit bolder in terms of the turn to its forerib, one that's a bit more open in terms of its pin set, relative to the one ahead of it. Wants to get a little bit shorter coupled from its knee to the surface. It's also one that just isn't quite as attractive in terms of its shoulder blade and front end design. I think if we can clean it up there, maybe give it a shot more height and stature, that one can push our class winner. I think maybe that's where the wether here in third has the advantage. I love that one's height, the shoulder, and stature when we're studying his front 1/3. Out of the top three, to me this one reads the flattest and plainest out of the backside of its shoulder in terms of its forerib shape. It's one that just needs to be a little bit stouter from stifle to stifle as it goes away from you. And then as we round out the class, three very similar design goats that have all sorts of length and extension. We just need to make them a shot more attractive in terms of their front 1/3, also powering them up in terms of their forerib shape and rack shape out of the back side of their shoulder. Very nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. really nice wether to go ahead and lead off our middleweight class of market wethers here. One that just really does everything right in my mind. One that you really can't pick a hole in. Study this one's skeleton, and he's incredibly good in motion. Prop him up from the side. I think he balances extremely well. Another goat that maybe just isn't overwhelming in terms of sheer muscularity, but the edges are there. The propensity to put on muscle is there. I think that one's going to be awfully good. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. Another one that's extremely good in terms of the edges to its upper skeleton. I love that one in terms of how it transitions out of the backside of its loin into the front side of its hip. Another one that's really good in terms of the slope and angle to his shoulder. For me, I need to strengthen that one up right out of the backside of his shoulder, maybe relax him in the center portion of his spine, allow him to collect himself a nickel better. Same can be said for the one here in third. One that has the right kind of edges up high, one that's really good in terms of its muscularity, just gets too easy out of the backside of its shoulder. Also one I'd like to relax in its knee ever so slightly. As we go ahead and round out the class, some goats that are very similar in their design in my mind, goats that have the right kind of build and design to go ahead and feed for the long haul. Today they just need to shop a few more groceries to go ahead and place any higher. Let's give each and every one of these exhibitors a big round of applause.
All right, great job in our class 2 of market wethers. First place today in this class goes to Charlotte Wilson in class 2 and Rudy Wendell in second. Both of those goats will come back for grand and reserve grand champion market wether. Next class, we have class number 3 for market wethers. We need Reagan Carlin, Rudy Wendell, Isaac Langseth, Corinna Swanson, Derek Grunwald, and Katie Jackson. And weights in this class range from 74 to 82 pounds. We also have Ryder Wendell in this class.
exciting when you can progress through the market show and the quality just keeps coming. Young man's black-headed wether that wins this particular class, again, does so extremely handily in my mind. Love this one's front 1/3. That thing is so elevated from the side. It balances up so well while staying shallow in its silhouette. It's big, it's square, it's open up high, really fresh to the touch. Like that one a great deal. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in second. This is the power sheep of this particular class. Study that thing at the base of its chest port, or from stifle to stifle. That thing is broad, that thing is open, that thing's packed full of power. It holds that and continues that trend when you get your hands on the top side of its skeleton. Unfortunately for me, with that added power, you get a little bit more depth from the top side of that one's shoulder to the base of that one's chest port. I think we could lay that one's shoulder back, maybe trim it up at the base of its chest port and allow it to tie higher out of the top side of its shoulder in terms of its neck set. That thing can push our class winner a great deal. Nice one to go for second. Young man's wether here in third is one that's got a tremendous volume of muscle. Just like to see it put on in a little square fashion. Gets a bit more prismatic out of the backside of its shoulder. It's maybe not quite as just athletic in terms of its sheer flexibility, its skeletal build as you study it from the side. Then as you round out the class, again, 3 wethers that are very, very similar in their types and kinds. Wethers that have the right kind of build and the right kind of muscularity. We just got to change how it lays on them. We got to square them up out of their hip, make them a shot bolder as they transition out of the backside of their shoulder, just in terms of sheer rack shape. Very nice class. Again, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Awesome job, Class 3 exhibitors. First place in that class goes to Ryder Wendell, and second to Katie Jackson. They will come back for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Market Wether. Our last class on Market Wethers, we need Sarah Thomas,
sport group. And the one that probably suits me the best is young man right in front of me. That thing is extremely elevated from the side. Again, that thing's silhouette is absolutely awesome. When you get your hands on that one, he's broad, he's opened up, he's extremely fresh in terms of his edges. I like that one a great deal. Young ladies, goat here in second is arguably one of the stoutest critters to walk through the ring today. That thing is broad at the base of his chest board. That thing's forerib is so absolutely so radical in my mind, and I love its spread from stifle to stifle. For me, that extra width comes with a shot more shoulder blade down low as you study him at the base of his chest board. Maybe isn't quite as elevated and attracted up through his front 1/3. And that's where the wether here in third has the advantage. Another really tall statured wether, one that handles extremely hard up high, one who I think on down the road is going to be awfully good. Today he just reads a little flatter and plainer in terms of his forerib. He also wants to get a bit more upright in terms of how he handles his hock in motion. Consequently, wants to shuffle out his rear too from time to time. And as we round out the class, really functional kind of goat, one that has a really neat kind of look and extension ahead of its shoulder. We just got to go ahead and snout that one up in terms of its outward muscle pattern. Very nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a hand.
All right, congratulations to all of our final class of market wethers. Special congratulations to Jet Radnick that will be coming back for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Wether, and also Samantha Lyons, who got second in that class. So now we're going to take out all of our first and second. From class 1, we've got Danny Wendell and Rylan Ellers. Second class, we need Charlotte Wilson and Rudy Wendell. Third class, we need Ryder Wendell and Katie Jackson. And the final class, we need Jet Radnick and Samantha Lyons. On deck will be our lightweight class of market does.
I really hope you guys ringside can appreciate the quality of the lineup we have out here as much as I can. I think each and every one of these first and seconds from their respective classes are very, very good within their own rights, and bring forth the amount of quality that they represented within their respective classes. With that being said, after studying these things and kind of figuring out where my priorities want to lie on these things, I think there are two out here that are built awfully similar, though they're not from the same weight range. I think there are two of these things that do things extremely, extremely well. So if you will, join me in giving these kids a big round of applause. I'll show you the two I like best.
Weathers will come back for Supreme and Reserve Supreme Champion Market animal in our goat division. Now we have two small classes of market does. We need our first one, Grace and Jet, to come out. These weights are 55 and 67 pounds. On deck will be our heavyweights in the market does. We'll have Ryder Wendell, Rudy Wendell, and Elizabeth Cook.
Really nice way to go ahead and start out our market doe division. One that I think balances up incredibly well from the side. Love the turn of that one's forerib. Love the shape and dimension it offers up high. Really nice place to start. Take nothing away from the young ladies here in a second. One that's incredibly feminine and extended up through her head and neck. One who's extremely functional in terms of her skeleton. To me, she just needs a few more days on feed, a little bit more expansion and muscularity to go ahead and run with the Buzzsaw class winner. Let's give these kids a big hand.
Great job, Class 1 of Market Does. First place went to Jet Aradnik and second to Grace. Now we have our heavyweights of Market Does, so we'll need Ryder Wendell, Rudy Wendell, and Elizabeth Cook. Weight 75 to 81 pounds.
Really nice doe to round out our class, our final class of heavyweight market does. One that's front 1/3 construction is again very good. The slope to that one's shoulder is awesome. Love the comfort to its knee and how high it ties out of the top side of its shoulder. One that's incredibly fresh when you get your hands on it. Certainly doesn't let you down as you step off the either end of its skeleton. You want to get a little critical, you'd like to strengthen her up out of the backside of her shoulder, but that's being awfully critical. Really bold, dense kind of doe here in second. One that offers probably more rib cage and expansion than my class winner. Really broad, square shape up high. Maybe just isn't quite as fresh in terms of touch and tone when you get your hands on it. Also one that wants to get a little deeper and plainer at the base of her chest port. And as we round out the class, really extended feminine kind of doe that's fresh in terms of her type and kind. Just reads a little flatter and plainer in terms of her forerib, not quite as descript as you step in directly behind her, but a nice one to go ahead and round out this particular class.
Ryder Wendell, and second to Elizabeth Cook. So in the first class, we need Jess and Grace to come out, and Ryder and Elizabeth. Grace Newlip, if you can bring your market dough out.
Another really good set of first and seconds here in our market dough division. Again, ones that really respect the fundamentals of being market animals while still having some of those extra show ring intangibles. With that being said, there's one market dough out here that I think is flat out good. She's going to push the heck out of our market weathers. It's going to be awfully fun to see how she comes out here and competes. The young man out of your first class will be your grand. The young man out of your second class will be reserve.
All right, great job to all of our market dough exhibitors. Grand champion market dough today goes to Jet Aradnik and reserve to Ryder Wendell. Those goats will come back out and compete against Jet Aradnik's champion wether and Charlotte's reserve champion wether for Supreme and Reserve Supreme champion market goat. On deck will be showmanship. We have Pee-wee showmanship first. That's all beginners who have never shown a goat before and or anyone that's 9 years of age and under. The program said that there was no Pee-wee show people or show persons, but that is aired from last year. So any Pee-wee showmen that are 9 years and under, please be on deck. You can come into the ring next.
told me at the beginning of the day that having a market doe out here pushing for grand overall, that was going to happen. It certainly would not have been in my bingo card. But that thing is flat good along with the rest of them. I think that top to bottom, front to rear, each and every one of these goats offer things that are so good and so unique. It makes it awfully challenging out here when you have this many good goats and this many exhibitors that came out here with the thought that they were going to come win the goat show and do so for fun. It's impressive that you guys are able to get this kind of lineup of quality, and my hat is off to you. With that being said, let's give these kids one last big round of applause. I need to take one more look, and I'll show you the two I like best.
All right, awesome job to all of our market goat exhibitors. A special congratulations goes out to Jet Aradnik with Grand Supreme Market Goat today, and also to Jet Aradnik for Reserve Supreme Market Goat today. So congrats to all of those exhibitors. Now we have our Kiwi Goat Showman coming in the ring. So we're welcoming anyone 9 and under, and or really close to that age if you're a little over but have never shown a goat before. On deck, we have our junior showmanship, and that is ages 10 through 14.
Yeah, really awesome set of Pee-wee showmen here. A group of individuals top to bottom that do a tremendous job getting their animals presented. You can tell that the time's been put in at home. You can tell that these kids are out here doing what they love, and they're setting themselves up for an extremely bright future, not only in the show ring, but later on down the road in life. With that being said, the young man in the red plaid shirt's going to go ahead and be my grand. The young man in the blue shirt's going to be my reserve. And the young man in the orange shirt there at the end is going to go ahead and be third overall. Let's give each and every one of these kids a big round of applause for their efforts.
All right, congratulations to all of our Pee-wee goat showmen. First place in that class went to Isaac. Isaac Langseth was first place. Second was Caden Stevens, and third went to Evan Bondi, but all of them did an amazing job, and we appreciate them coming out here, showing their goats. Next class, we have our junior showmanship. So we've got all of our goat showmen that are ages 10 through 14. We did run out of ribbons, but they will be back tomorrow. So if you got a first, second, or third, and you have not gotten your ribbons, tomorrow we will have those. So please remember and then come up to the table tomorrow to get those ribbons. Thank you.
lady at the end of the lineup is going to be third overall. Let's give each and every one of these exhibitors a big round of applause for their efforts. folks here at the Red River Valley Fair for having me up. It's been an absolute blast and an absolute privilege to get to come up here and sort through your livestock and work with your youth. You guys have got an unmatched set of individuals. Each and every one of these kids have tremendously bright futures. You guys are doing the right thing on the parent side of things. You guys are doing the right thing on the fitter side of things. My hat's off to you. I also want to take a moment to thank each and every one of the exhibitors for coming out here today and just putting forth the most effort that you possibly can. It certainly showed. You guys are getting these animals presented to the absolute max. So if you would, join me in giving these guys and each and every one of the helpers here at the Red River Valley Fair a big round of applause. With that being said, there's a young man out here that has just put in the absolute work today. He's a taller individual. He's one that's got his goats absolutely maxed out. And whenever someone else was on the head of those goats, they didn't look near as good as when he was. So the young man on the end there is going to go ahead and be your champion senior showman. I thought it was awfully close between him and reserve. And I take nothing away from the reserve individual. She's done a tremendous job. The young lady in the burgundy top there will be reserve, and the young lady in front of her will be third overall.